have to save when you file XML builder. So, and in that I have to write few code. So I'll give a namespace. Name of the product, right? And the model of the product. Let me check, this should be the one. Oh, sorry. Products dot name.
Can you first return an empty value or something? Just an XML tag with any empty.
This is 6, right? Okay, I'll just extend. Not accepting this XML at all. Products.xml, okay. Let us see. So here I'll probably change that to respond to format so that it will explicitly get called. I think default it's not calling. I'll say for just this case, format dot XML render XML is products. Right? So let's see whether this is getting called or not. Rest of this getting data we can see. Something is at least happening, right? It means it has entered this here, so I can It's been literally 5 years or so I worked on this XML stuff. I don't remember much of it, but I'll try doing this. So products start each to product. Yeah, there is body. Yeah, we got it. I guess product type, product, something at least we got, right?
Yes.
Product. So nesting of products is correct. So XML is not create a product tag, I guess. XML. Product name.
Don't you have to make the request again?
For what? Oh,
You're
sorry.
just accessing the body.
Sorry. XML builder, right? Okay. Let me check. So controller format render XML. It's already rendering XML. I guess something has changed in 6 or so, but I don't really know. Okay. XML. Render XML is also right? Okay. Product object we got. Got a product object. So each do product dot name. This is not getting inside. The branching is not happening. So if we get that right, we would be able to get this thing done. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. We got 8 products, right? So here, the accessing the product, we are getting a problem. XML dot
There is one more end missing.
let me restart the server once. It should be a simple fix, I guess. Currently, I'm not getting it.
Remove the H statement.
We have to loop through, otherwise, see, you mean to say this?
I mean all the line.
The whole line? We have to loop through in any of.
It's still looping. It means that something else is working.
This one.
Yeah. I think now we need a XML serializer to each product.
Okay. I don't think so I don't waste time on it. I'll work on this after this session, and tomorrow first hour we'll see how to render XML.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to waste time on this. It should be
Yeah, I
easy.
have a question here,
Yeah.
but it's not related to XML. It's related to getting the URL. I have an issue. I'll send it to the chat. This is what I got when I put the link.
What is this?
Actually, I don't know. I'll give it the URL. Okay, I'll show it to you.
Oh, when did you get this error?
When I wrote this first client and give it the URL.
Really?
I don't
Permission
know if
is something
anyone.
like, see, permission for something is, I mean, you change the permission of the file to this, it should work. It's related to your application, laptop permissions, OS permissions.
So I will get him permission. I'll get it permission.
How do you want to give permissions? Chmod, there is something like chmod. So chmod command will be there. So chmod, the permissions you want to change. So 600, it's already there, I guess. You want to change it to a different one, 644. You can do this with here the examples. Okay, I'll show you. So chmod 644, you need to change of a particular file. So this is the one. Okay.
Let's try it now.
So that should change the permission of your file.
Okay, thank you.
Hemant, can you go back to the REST example? I mean, in the code. I mean, I'm not sure if I have to create a builder file, or even I would change the control, the action code and response to a JSON request.
Yeah, according to the latest documentation, right? So it would be, but we tried that too. I don't know why it's not working. See, XML.
I mean, can we try it for REST, not XML?
For what?
This same example, can we delete, for example, the JSON builder and respond to JSON request?
JSON builder should be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you can. You can. I got it. I got it. What you're trying to say. Okay. For example, you
I
want me
think
to
Rails
delete.
Rails
File.
action, it's already REST action, right?
I deleted this. Yes, I deleted the JSON builder. Okay. So now you want me to. So in the controller, I'll comment this out, right? For JSON.
Yes.
Yes.
Now we want me to access. Sorry, the XML, right? Not XML, JSON. Sorry.
Yes, JSON.
And let us see the server what it is throwing. Missing partial underscore product. Okay. Index JSON builder. In the index JSON builder, okay, they are showing this, right? Partial product. JSON array. So that is the reason.
The same one we could implement on the XML and it will work. I mean, we don't have index XML builder and
Generally, yeah, index, yeah, yeah, might be, yes. So if that is the case, okay, if that is the case, let us do this and say Instead of this, we say XML, but it has to complain about XML file, right?
Yes, you're right.
But instead, it is not complaining, instead it is giving me an XML.
I think the respond to is instead of the files.
Which one?
Yeah, the respond to statement is a replacement for the file builders. I mean, can you remove it as the same trial we did for
Oh,
JSON?
okay. Okay, you want to do it for this? Let's see what's the error. Index is missing template for this request format and variant. Okay, so this is the issue. So let us, as you said, let us create a new file called underscore .xml builder, right?
Yes. Yes, I think the respond to what I'm trying to say, that the replacement for this builder files.
XML.builder, I guess. Index, yes, index. Okay. Save this in here. And let us try. Okay. It is iterating. It is iterating. So this building is wrong, I guess. 8 is iterating if we. So it is iterating, right? So here, what should we write is the syntax and not getting it right. My products is products, but each do product. Okay, let me not write this, but there should be an XML, I guess. This again XML dot XML dot name. And even method name for a string. Okay, let me remember. At last, okay.
Mm.
So Hemant,
Returning. Yeah, Ahmad.
what I'm trying to say, that the respond to is a replacement for the builder files, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So we can either use this or that.
Yes. But if that is the case, right? If there is no builder file, this should kick in, right? Render XML. But that was not happening earlier. I have to check on that. You got the point? What I'm
No,
trying to.
no, I don't get.
See, if this is See, builder file is the replacement for this piece of code, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is there. I mean, who will replace what? But what I'm trying to say, if I don't have a builder, I can write a code for. Now we need to create a new request. I mean, this you have, yeah. So now it seems like respond to is replacing the builder.
Right. So here it is getting the object. That is what I'm baffled about.
Yeah, I think we have to just create a map or something. We can create a map, something like this.
Yeah, 2XML. Earlier we used to do 2XML or something 2XML. Actually, it was, I don't really remember currently, but
What I think that now we need an XML serializer for each product.
XML serializer, yes, we do need. And 2XML did not work for some reason.
I mean, if we create a map, can you go back to the code? Products.map. I think products at products.map line 9 and map, and each product generate to XML. Yeah, make it a map statement.
Yeah, I understood. Okay. You mean to say x.2XML, right?
I think so. Close the curly brace.
So, no. So there was actually, I mean, for years back, we used to have a method called 2XML actually. Errors array. So where we used to render XML, okay, let me check, directly rendering XML. Yeah, I got it. What's the problem? They moved this to
Set format.xml in the first line. Format.json should be.
so this is actually the newer method. I mean, it's very difficult to get track of methods which are not working on, right? So this is the newer method as JSON, okay, and render XML in order to send these as JSON.
Okay.
So by default, it will take in all the attribute values like created it, everything. So if you want to override, then we'll have a
builder file.
yes.
Okay.
So as JSON, that's what I'm not able to. I tried 2_JSON, XML, etc. But this is the latest method to be used for rendering XML. This got changed in 5.10 or something, 5.7 or 5.9. I don't really remember. I remember explaining to someone, but I forgot. So in real time, right? See, we are not using XML. I mean, all the applications for the past 6 years or so, I'm working only on JSON, returning JSON data, not really on the XML thing, but it's nice actually we are able to do it now.
Okay.
Right. So that should be simple, I guess. I did not write a specific.
Can we remove the JSON tag, the symbol JSON tag? No, not here. The after renders, yeah, this one. Can we remove it?
No, we have to specify, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, we can try that. We have to specify as per as far as I know, but let's do it. Let's play with. Now it is asking for a template as I've seen.
Okay.
So specifically, I have to say, I mean, this is the older notation. The newer notation is this. I can do that. Okay, this is at an browser level. Sorry, so I have to do it at the XML response body, and if it is JSON, returns the JSON, and you have to pass that. It is a string, right? Here, what you see this is a string, so I have to parse that in order to get the exact JSON object. Right?
Okay.
Require JSON. JSON.parse response from body. Right. So this is how we do API. So writing the API is pretty easy. You are not writing anything, right? By default, the CRUD is always giving it, but how to extend? I want to write something else as part of this API. So I want to extend this API. I want to get only the products whose price is greater than 10,000, for example. Okay, the data related to that. So I'll write a new method, def premium, something like premium cars or something like premium products. This premium products, obviously I have to do something related to getting the data. It is related to getting the data, but this will change. And here I can say and in the product I can write a scope called premium and write lambda condition and provide a lambda condition directly. I mean, first probably I'll change that and then I'll explain about scopes. So what I need to find where some condition, okay, some condition, price greater than 15,000 or right? So this is what I want to show. So if I try to do this, it will throw an error saying that I'm not able to find this route or something like that. What is our method? Premium products. Obviously, you won't get that because we did not write a route at all for it. So let us see routing error, right? But it is not a simple it's part of an API, REST API. This method, I want to make it as a method which returns APIs, JSON or XML, right? So for that, I need to write a new route in the routes.rb, extending the resourceful routes. So in here, the resources are products. So So it's a collection. So it is returning a collection, right? I want to return a collection of what do you call collection data, right? So I have to say collection. What is the method name? What is the method name that we have? So it should be a get request or post request. We have to also mention that, right? So do this get request and do an end. So let us check our routes. Premium product. So I'll rename this to premium only because it all the name of the route is getting again premium products by default. So I don't want that name. I'll simply say premium. Okay, so now as you can see, product slash premium, and it also asks for a format, right? Let us call this with our this premium, right? Where is it? Premium. Products slash premium, I have to say. So these are the products which are greater than 15,000, right? So you agree? So those are the products which are greater than 15,000 premium products, right? You can hear me?
Yes.
So that is how we need to extend the API. See, each and every time it's not only the CRUD, I mean, which will be part of API, right? You will have other post actions, update actions, okay? A lot of other things. Those things also are part of API. Then you have to extend your default API by means of these resources. So like this. If there is another method which does something else, write it here. Okay. If it is a singular method, we can say member. Okay, member something, update something on the server. You want to update a particular model or price of a particular product. So member do a singular which will put or patch and the method name. Set new price, something like that. Put or patch set new price, you can.
Iman, can we take 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Just refreshing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's okay, guys.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
10 minutes just when you want to refresh, get a coffee or something.
So we can continue. Ashok, you in there?
It's almost 10 minutes, but everybody's here?
I'm here.
Okay. I think you can.
Yeah. So this is about creating customized API methods. So now let us see scopes. We want to have scopes. Scopes in the sense utility methods that we want to use right as part of model methods. Here, if you see the products controller premium we wrote unnecessarily, we have written and we have a query where product price is greater than 1500. I can make it as a scope method in the model by defining it as scope. Okay, the name of it, that is premium, and provide a lambda for it. So lambda, I'll give the newer version, newer notation, and provide the where condition where price greater than 15,000. So I'll change this to simply premium. So without any change, I have to get this output, right? So I got this output, same output. I call the same method, same API method, I got the same output. So that is creating a scope. In scopes, we can also send in arguments. Lambda accepts an argument or not. So we have discussed earlier that lambda also accepts an argument. So I want specific products and write another some other API method by price, something like that, by price. Get by price. So get by price, I will write another scope. Get by price, which will call a lambda, but lambda here is accepting an argument. See, instead of this, you can simply write lambda. Okay, but the newer version from 5, I guess it is this. I will say price and write the condition where the same one, price greater than question mark. Okay. So get by price I have to mention in route, so I'll do it. and here get by price. But get by price, I need to send in an argument, right? So I'll directly send it in. For now, I'll send it directly from this.
20.
Yeah, 20,000. 20,000, right?
Yeah.
Something has gone wrong. Let us check what's wrong with it. Action not found. Get by price action not found.
I don't think. Can you open the controller again? I don't think the action is get by price.
Sorry. By price. My mistake. My bad. So
We need to fix the routes first.
yes, even I have to fix the routes. Now it should work, I guess. So I got only one car with one product with that greater than 20,000 Land Cruiser. Okay. So like this, I can create a number of scopes. Okay. You want to provide two arguments, you can provide two arguments. You know that Lambda accepts arguments, right? So all this we have discussed. So it's up to you how do you extend the Lambda. So you can give two arguments. You can chain the scopes. Okay, something like I'll show it on IR Rails console. So you can chain this scopes as well. So you can use it with regular your finder methods and other where methods, etc. Okay, product dot premium we have a scope dot first. I can do that dot last dot find find 4 dot by price, right? By get by price, I guess. Get by price 15 or 10,000 dot premium. It's not really required, but just for example sake. So I can chain the scopes also. Again, I can call that find first another where condition. I can do the chaining of scope methods like this. So scopes, we can define a number of scopes. So that is about active record, mentioning scopes on active record. Now this is a pretty simple concept. Now let us go ahead with knowing about something called sessions. So we have users controller. Generally in controller, for the user will generally have the login method, right? See, mostly I don't know you're using device or some other gem in order to for authentication might be, but imagine a plain application where there is a login. So it'll display a login view, right? So in the views, we'll have a new .html.erv. So in this, we'll have a simple form where username and password, right?
You didn't generate model for login?
No, this just for example, I'm showing you that.
Okay.
So in routes.rb, I'll simply have a user/login. Okay, something like this. So username and password. So you'll enter username and password. Okay, username and password. You'll enter and then he'll get logged in, right? So what do you literally mean by logged in? So it means that he'll have a session being created. So once the username and password has been submitted to another action, here we are submitting it to def get login some kind of a method. So in get login method, we'll try to authenticate user dot authenticate the parameters. First, basically the parameters what we are passing. So parameters, if you want to say render plain, right? Render plain. What? Params dot inspect. So let us try to log in here. I have some issue.
What is render plane? The plane, what is it?
Pardon?
A plane. You said render plane.
Render plane we discussed right at the starting. It will show the text. That's it.
Okay.
Did I write exactly get login? Yes.
What was the error? I didn't see. What did you change to make it work?
Form tag. We add tag to the form. It
This
was
was
before form.
I didn't have this.
Yeah, okay.
Come on. So this is my username and password, right?
Yes.
So generally what we'll do is we'll generally write a method user.authenticate and pass in
Appearance.
params of
Username and password.
yes, username. Password. So this authenticate method obviously would be written in user.rb. So here we'll write a module method def authenticate, which would accept name and password. Here it will authenticate, it will return true or false, right?
Yes.
Now, from the database, it will check whether the username, the password of this username, the user exists with this username. If so, and it will compare the password, hash it and salt and all this stuff, and compare and return basically true or false. So I'll say return true. I don't want to write that all that code. So it will return true. Logged in equal to that part. So it is true if logged in I'll try to then we'll create a session of user equal to its sessions are created by the keyword session, and session is almost like a hash only, but the class of it is different. Session hash is the class of it, but it is almost like the plain hash that Ruby has. Session of user is something, some parameter you can give whatever you will like. For now, I'll give the user ID, but generally don't give that. User ID. So I don't have any user, right? So what I'll do is I'll simply extend this authenticate method to at least find out whether this user is there or not. User, right? So find by I don't have a username, so find by name, new name. I can do this. If the user exists, then I'll say his law.
I think you have to remove the second true, the line 35.
Yeah, I have to remove it, yes. What I'm thinking of, so why this all the why this validation and all this? Okay. Because we don't have the names, we have the full name, right? So I have to type all that. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. So it returns, so it has return true, but no, I don't want to return true, okay? I want to return object. And simply return this. Okay. So logged in is not an object anymore. If logged in is not a Boolean object anymore. If logged in, then session of user is user ID. Okay. But what is this user? This guy is a user. Because we are returning the object.
Line 11 need to be fixed.
This one.
Yeah, it should be if user. Yeah, this would work, but it should be if user.
Yeah, right. Oh, sorry. You were saying this. Okay. Yeah, that's I'm going to change actually. Okay. So basically, if it is nil, this would work, right? Right?
Yes.
Something like this. Okay. So basically, the session, and also there would be a log out method. See, there are two different, one thing to remember is session dot destroy. This will destroy all the sessions. See, on logout, you have to destroy all the sessions, right? Because session of user is only one session. You can have a session of products that are being added to the cart. So session of products. So multiple sessions might be there at a single instance. Okay, like that session of something. There might be. So session dot destroy will completely destroy all the sessions of the application existing in the application. But if you want to specifically destroy a particular session, right, then you have to say session of that particular key dot destroy. So on logout, generally we destroy each and everything, right? So session dot destroy. Okay. and he has to redirect to, if he's logged in, he has to redirect to where?
Hey, this user page.
Root underscore path, something like that. Okay. The root path. So I am saying to log in. Let's see the trace. We'll be ready with the trace. Gone. Authenticate, undefined method, authenticate for user class. Why? Did I spell it wrong? Authenticate. Yeah, I did spell it wrong. What happened? Host, yes. App models authenticate. It went to it, rendering login HTML. Why again HTML, login HTML? Let's check any issue.
I think it worked fine. You return back to login page.
This one.
Yes.
So it means, I mean, the user is not there or what? Let me check.
Yeah, employee one is not there, right?
Oh, sorry. I thought I put in the Simon Rowland guy. I copied it, but I did not put in the name there. So I have to do this, right? Okay. Yes. Why list users.html.erb name.split.first some issue? Because of the changes what I've done for list users, I guess. So nil class, so name split slash dot first. Line number 50, 13 and 11. 13 is this. So who is the user? Some user is having that nil, okay?
This method you made before save. You remember when you make callback before save?
Yeah.
This name.
No. Actually, what happened is one of the user is having a nil, okay, name. Their name is null. So a couple of guys are having name null. See, 22 and 23. That is why it is throwing an error. You can't find it, right? User dot delete or destroy, delete 22, 23. Now, okay. Now he's logged in. So how do I know he's logged in? I'll write a small logout kind of link in the layouts directory. App views layouts application.html.erb. I'll remove these two and I'll give it a link in here for logout. So logout path I don't have, so I have to write a logout path. Let us see, the current user method is not available as part of application.html.arb. So current user should be a part of application controller. All the methods which are reusable for all the controllers should be written here. Session of user nil. Okay, let us refresh and see.
I think there is another error. It's taking much time. Yeah, it's not reading current user.
The current user actually, Mhm.
I think you should add a question mark after the method name.
Yeah, we can. Yeah. It's not about that. The error I'm talking about. The error is about current user method is not accessible to this class. I already wrote it in application controller, so it should be accessed actually. So application, I put it in application helper so that helps the views, right? So here we got the logout because the user is, the session of the user is there. So I want to log out. So this gets called session that destroy will destroy everything, and it should redirect to, basically generally will redirect to root path again. Root path is nothing but this. You can see here, logout is gone. It has redirected to the home page. And here I'll put in another condition, else, okay, to have a login.
So line 17 is, I mean, such lines are only accessible from helper method, helper classes.
Yes. See, whenever you are, see, are you using device or any kind of your library for authentication, authorization purposes?
Yeah, we are using device.
So in device, device itself will give you an helper method called current user.
Yeah.
Okay. And user logged in, and another one. So these helper methods by default, device will give it to you. So you can directly access that in the view or controllers anywhere, especially current user, right?
Yeah.
For example, if you look at device helpers.
I mean, that helper method you created at the controller, it is only accessible in controllers.
Yes.
But if we need to use some helper method in
Yes.
HTML files, we need to create it in a helper.
Create it in helper. Yes, you are right.
Okay.
So current user, user session, user signed in. These are the three helpers that device will automatically give it to you. So you can use anywhere in the controller or the model, right? For device, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right then. So let us quickly write the logout also. Sorry, login as well. Login. And quickly change the routes to, I'll give it a name as login so that I can simply say login path. Instead of this, I'll say login path, right? So let us refresh this. Yeah, I have a login. Users get login. What is this? Oh, sorry. The routes, I should have done this, right? For this, I have to say login. Yeah, sorry. So login would give me this again. If I say that's Simon, yes. Invalid authentication token, yes, because I did not refresh that. Logout. Click on logout, login again. So session is the major thing which handles user session in the application. So you can have multiple sessions, but majorly we'll concentrate on the user session. So session.destroy will destroy all the sessions, but specifically you want to destroy a particular session at particular point. Cart, something like this. You can destroy session of cart somewhere after checkout. Okay, after checkout method. after checkout action, you need to execute cart.destroy. You can do that.
Okay.
So this will be done as part of actions. So actions are filters. There are three types of filters available in Rails. They are called actually before action. Before it was called before filter, but now it is called before action, after action, and around action. See, the documentation of around action says that it can be wrapped up. So basically, before action is something which is called before an action is called. Okay, after is something, and after is an action is executed. Around is called before and after the execution of a particular action. Okay. So, but around action, there is only one example about logging exceptions. Other than that, I never used it anywhere in my entire career using around actions for anything else. So before action and after action we have used. Before action, you might have seen in here itself in a scaffolded controller. Where is it? Before action set product only for these. So before action means before show or edit or update or destroy, you call this action called set product. Set product is there in here. Okay. Right. So let us do one thing. I want to have a before action for products controller. Another before action. Something like check login.
Sorry, Hemant, but how much do you expect you will continue? Because I have a meeting right now.
Yeah, then we'll stop and continue tomorrow, right? So I would request one thing from you. So I'm left out with pretty, few topics. See, I am left out with filters. Probably in 10 minutes I can wrap it up tomorrow. But I'm left out with sending emails from Rails. Okay, and also Bootstrap. I don't know why did they mention this, but quickly show Bootstrap, how to integrate Bootstrap, configure Bootstrap on Rails 6 and routes. So anything else, if it's missing, right, please let me know by email. So probably after some time also. My email is va.hemant@gmail.com. Anything else you expect? And Ajax on Rails I'll take tomorrow with a small example. So even then, 4 hours, I think it's pretty difficult to cover, but I'll try to make justice. But apart from that, if you feel anything I missed, okay?
Okay.
Send in the particular topic so that I'll take as a first preference. I'll take that as the priority. Okay?
Okay.
Please do it today so that if at all I don't know the topic, I can prepare the topic. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
if I have any questions, I can send you by email, by the email.
Yeah, sure. That
Thanks.
you need not ask me at all. Anytime, even after this training is completed, you can always bug me. No problem.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So yesterday we started off on filters, I guess. So can you see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So before action, after action, and around action, there are three types of filters. Actually, they are called filters earlier, but from 5 they changed it to action callbacks, and in 5.1 they removed filters completely. So these are executed before action, after action, around action. Before action is executed before an action. And after, as the name suggests, after an action is complete. Around action is wrapped around, I mean, it executes before and as well as after. One of the best examples of before action is your authentic. For example, the products. I need, if anyone wants to access this products list, right? So we need to have an check for it. So before action, I say check login. So there should be a protected method or a private method called check login. So I can write it in here, but probably this will be used in multiple controllers. So I should write it in application controller. So I'll go to application controller and try to write it in here. Check login, whether he is logged in or not, authenticated or logged in. What is the helper name? Okay. Rewrite to login underscore path unless logged in. So this is the before action, which I want to have it in products controller. I'll simply say check login. I don't want to say question mark because I'm not returning anything. Okay. So it means let us access the products controller first. Products index. Products. Okay, HTML format I did not have it, right? So yesterday we made some modifications. For now, I'll comment this out. So default to HTML. Yeah, I have these products, but these should not be displayed unless the user is logged in. See, I guess the session is already there, so probably what I'll do is I'll log out first and try to access the products page. So I am able to access the products page now. So now what I'll do is in the products controller, check login, I'll uncomment this code and see whether it works or not. So I'm calling products. It has redirected to user login, right? Right? So if you look at the trace, I'm calling slash products filter. See, still the console says filter chain halted because earlier it was called filters. Filter chain halted as check login rendered or redirect. So filter is being called. So it is in the filter you are getting redirect. So 302 it started to go to redirect to users login, and then again the same old story. Login page is displayed. So now let us log in. We are logged in. Simply I want to say slash products. So I'm now able to see products because of that before action, right? Understood? If now I want to access products, it will ask for login. So it means that before any action, see, it's not only the index, even for products new slash new, it doesn't work. So this is for the entire actions of products controller, right? So I want to specify only for index. Rest of them I don't want to apply this filter. Only for index. So let us try now. for simply products. There is a filter, so it has redirected. Now I'll say products slash new. You got that? So that filter is getting applied only to. So this filter is getting applied only to index, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't want to apply this for index. Instead, I want to apply to all other actions except index. So opposite. I can say except and give an array. See, I gave only one, but you can give multiple. So the opposite. So if I say products new, what should happen?
Redirect you to
Right.
looking page.
It has to redirect to. If I say products index, products,
It will open.
yes, it will show or open. So understood how these filters work? I want this action for the entire website.
We will put it in application controller.
Right. We will put this action in application controller. So now what happens is there will be a problem. Redirected too many times. So redirected. Why? Because you have check login. You are redirecting to login path, that is users controller login, right? This also is having the before action check, right? This controller is also a before action check. This action check is also getting performed on users controller.
Yes.
So it will come here again, it will check for check login, repeat and die. It will die because local has redirected too many times. So there is an option skip before action check login. For now, I want to skip it only for login. Right?
So we have to write it in the controller itself. We can't do in the application controller that we can pass an array for the needed controllers.
That's what I'm doing actually. Skip
Okay.
before action check login only for login. Okay. The other should work fine, right?
Yeah, but this line should be in this file or in the application controller file.
This line should be in this file only, users controller, because you're skipping in this controller.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Can we use the except statement?
Yeah, that we have discussed already, I guess, in the products.
Yeah, no, I mean before action and except.
Yeah, before action and except. Yes, I did somewhere.
We can use it, I mean in users controller. I mean,
Yeah, except
not,
you mean to say this one?
not the skip, remove the skip.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, it will give the same solution, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, what solution? No, it will apply check login again. It will repeat
Yeah.
and die.
We will not write except. We will write except.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the same solution then.
Okay.
Overriding. What you mean to say is overriding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. So I wanted to tell you that there is an skip before action where you can use in order to skip that before action. So someone reads the code, can clearly find out by himself. Okay, I'm not overriding, I'm just skipping, right? So what Ahmad said also works, but people reading code they'll clearly understand, okay, here we are skipping the before action called check login. Okay. Any questions on this? You can use only except on this, on before actions. Similarly, we also have something called after action. So after actions are performed after an action is executed. Right, log something, some method. Always remember these methods should be protected or private. Whatever one or info, I did not discuss about this, right? So rails.logger would give you the logger. Knuckles actions. Yes. Okay, let me check self so that later on I will fill it up. Okay. After action, write log.
Think you need to skip also get login?
So that is tail. Yeah, executing actions from, you can see here. So after, this will be called after an action is executed. So if you find any functionality where you want to execute an action, okay, after an action is done, you want to do anything else, generally we log, yeah, around actions and after actions. But if you find any functionality where you need to do something on an action after an action is completed, then you can use after action. Generally, most of the times we make use of only before actions. Okay. So there are other methods also. Probably you can look at the documentation because there are a lot of methods. Skip after action, prepend after action, prepend around action. So you want to put it before prepend chaining. So you can use these callbacks also that found in abstract controller callbacks class methods. So earlier there were filters as part of action controller only, but now after 5.11 I guess they changed it to abstract controller callbacks. Okay, so all these methods will be available. Most used is only before action. So we can skip before action as we have seen. We can even prepend it. Skip after action. If there is any after action, you have written it, right? Here we have written one after action. You want to skip it for certain actions, you can skip.
So what's the difference between append and prepend?
Prepend is before an action. See, prepend is prepend a callback before actions. Okay, put it in front basically. Prepending, right? As the name suggests, but appending is at the last. I mean, after that. Appending is always after, right? Prepending is before.
So they mean if, for example, I will give an example I understood. So if I add the statement in the application controller,
right,
and I need to add more action for, I need to add before action in the products, for example, I will use append before, or sorry,
prepend. For
prepend
example,
before.
okay. For example, we have
Mhm.
action 1 here. Okay, and we have action 2. So Rails.logger here itself, I'm discussing about logger. Rails.logger is a global object where you can get the logger instance. Oh. So now what do you want to say? Prepend before action. So let us see, in the products controller, I am using action 1. I'm not anywhere using action 1. So let us say, so action 1. I did not say before action, but I said prepend before action. So first it will be called, basically, that's the mean.
I don't get it. What is the difference between before action and prepend before action? I think if what I was saying, if I have an statement like before action in application controller and they need to add to it, right? It's instead of overriding, is it like what I understood or is it something else?
One second. Product is called and show it after the okay. See, action 1. Set product is always called before action, after action 1. You're getting the point. So prepending before any action. Before all the actions, you want to prepend it. You want to execute that as first, like a chain.
So if I add a statement after the prepend for action 1, if I add another statement to prepend action 2, what will happen?
Action 2 will be second. I mean, after this one or after this?
After action 1.
You mean this?
Yeah, I mean in line 4, and if I write it in line 4.
Should be action 1, action 2, and action 2, action 1, and set product.
Okay, so whatever prepended, it will be first.
Right. Overrated, right? It should be overrated basically. Before, see, there will be multiple before actions in here, right? For example, this products controller. For in our example, we have only one. There would be multiple before actions. Before all of the actions, you want something else to be executed. You can say prepend before action. Okay, append is after. I think you have not taken it. Oh, append is also append is also doing the same, but multiple names you can give, I guess. Okay. So append is also doing the same as prepend, but we can use specifically multiple names, multiple actions, same as that. Similarly, we have skip, prepend skip after prepend after action, and prepend append around action. Okay. Any questions on this? So can I move to another topic?
Yes.
Yes. Let us quickly see a small example on Ajax, using Ajax in Rails. I mean, if at all you have Ajax on Rails. Before that, we'll do one thing. We'll first try to set up Bootstrap 4, because in Rails 6 it's quite different. It's via Webpacker. It's not the regular Bootstrap, using Bootstrap gem for 5. There are two gems that are used to integrate Bootstrap into your application, right, on Rails 5. So it's not the regular one, because since Rails 6 is using Webpacker, so we have to do a different setup. So let us try to do that. It's a pretty simple setup. You can find it anywhere on the internet. Okay, let us see what we have to do first. So first and foremost thing is, so we had installed Yarn, if you remember. So Yarn is something like bundle install kind of stuff in JavaScript world. Yarn package, JSON, we specify the gems, and Yarn will install that specified gems, or gem install kind of. So Yarn install Bootstrap. So if I say without a version, it should get me the latest one, jQuery, because Bootstrap internally uses jQuery and Popper.js also for model dialogues. So I have to use these three for Bootstrap to work. Bootstrap models, etc. are there, right? So they work on Popper. Yes. Okay, and add Bootstrap. Okay. So next thing what we need to do is, once this is done, so it installs all this as part of node modules. These basically all these basic libraries into our application. So in this application, earlier in your versions, like earlier versions like 5 and so on, the JavaScripts were in assets folder, but now it's not. So it's now in JavaScript separate folder. In here, we find a file called impacts application.js. Right here, we need to require whatever libraries we are using in the libraries, in the sense JavaScript libraries, what we are using in our application. So currently, I have just installed Bootstrap. Right, I'll try to install require Bootstrap and import application SCSS. So why SCSS? Because Bootstrap CSS is always, everything is in SCSS. So I mean, you can import it to any of create a file above in packs, and you can do it. Here itself, you create a folder called src. In that you create So in the application file, we'll require the bootstrap CSS file into there, right? The default bootstrap file that will import. So this is part of CSS I'm importing from the bootstrap library. So that will be in this path. So I'm using it. Fine. But one more thing we need to do is in the new JavaScript, there will be environment.js file. Config webpack development production test. Similar to environments in Rails, we have environment.rb is there, right? Similarly, we have environment.js. So here, since it should be a part of all the environments default, we need to require those in here. This is standard code. If you know JavaScript, so I'm creating a constant called webpacker or webpack. I don't want to use webpacker, so I'll say webpack. So require the webpack. So any JavaScript, if you're working right, this will be standard. If you want to add plugins to the environment. Environment is already declared, so plugins. This is nothing but an object in JavaScript, right? Dot append is a method. New instance of webpacker provide plugin. So here we want to declare the global variables what we want to use as part of our bootstrap. So major thing what we'll use is jQuery, right? So jQuery, since we already installed jQuery, right? It would be always in src/jQuery. Some people try to use capital jQuery. For them also, we'll use the same. We use instead of dollar, we use this. And popper is nothing but your popper JS. Popper JS. See, this is all standard. You do not remember anything. Just copy paste from any of the website. In order the Bootstrap latest version to work with Rails 6. Okay, this is only for 6. For 4, it is using Bootstrap jumps. Or manually also you can do using in Rails 5 or 4 or 3. So let us see whether our installation is working or not. Let us go to Bootstrap site. So you want this kind of links in your as header menu bar, right? Nav bar we call. So we can use any of it, but already have something called nav bar in here. So I'll try to directly use that. I'll copy that and this is HTML. So where should I put it? In views layouts. I'll say navbar.html. Yeah, I'll actually create it as a partial, okay, so that I can use it on application layout. So I'll paste this piece of code in here and I'll try to use it in here. So now I'll remove the strings. Now, so let us start our server. Let us see everything's working on fine or not. Otherwise, we have to make changes. So I have to say layout slash, right? The bootstrap did not get applied in here. These are back tag, JavaScript back tag. I've even changed that. Application. Everything seems to be fine. I guess I not installed, but for 1 second. I did it right. Wheels are packer installed initially. everything seems to be right and don't know what has clashed or something. We missed a very simple point that we did not render that in the layout. We did, right? We did yield, right? So it should work fine. I think actually it has to work. Okay, let us keep aside this. I'll look into the last 5-10 minutes and we'll see another topic meanwhile. It's not loading the JavaScript for some reason actually. If you look at, there is no style associated at all. You have to have a style or bootstrap styles. So if you have this bootstrap style tag being appended, then it would actually display that. But here we don't have the style tag, right? Give 5 more minutes and see. This is not getting noted up. I'll look at the end in the break. I'll just have a look at it. Everything configuration seems to be fine as far as I know. I've done it 3 or 4 times earlier. So let us switch to sending emails in Rails. I'll look into it. I'll figure it out. Webpack is not defined. We have defined this Webpack in environment.js, right? Back. One second. Any typo? That was a small typo. Sorry, actually, I didn't. I wasted a lot of time on it. So this is your navbar from Bootstrap. So like that, Bootstrap forms, you can have the form fields from Bootstrap. You can use any of the forms, styling, etc. As I think most of you know about Bootstrap. So Bootstrap forms and all these styles can be added to this fields. If you have this, copy this and simply paste in whatever form. Where is a form? Login.html. Yes, put it in here. So text field tag. Class is form control. Okay, we need to have this. So we have an issue since it is taking this as what do you call the value. So what if even this, it's taking a value. The problem might be the options to be passed. The options to be passed are different. So value is nil. Okay, I have to pass in nil there. Then go ahead. Okay, so this is our, we applied the bootstrap form. We can decrease all these things by giving different bootstrap CSS form controls, because we selected this long, right? So let's use that. If you want any other shorter ones, you can always use those things. Okay, so this is about integrating bootstrap onto 6.6. It is new and quite different from Rails 5. So until here onwards, from 6 onwards, you have to use Webpacker for any of the third-party libraries that you install, and make sure that you load those third-party libraries in environment.js. Okay, any questions on this? Here you need to something like while okay, so whatever third-party libraries or plugins that you try to use would be part of this file. Any development specific JavaScript plugins you have to write it in developer.js. Okay, any questions on this?
No, all good.
I mean, this is standard. I mean, this is nothing that I created or something. It is standard in Google. So as part of 6, the documentation, you have to follow this approach. So there is nothing, no logic at all involved in this bootstrap configuration. Okay. So if any post you can follow, or any video if exists, you can follow installing this bootstrap 4 onto your Rails application. Okay, fortunately I was able to see this, otherwise they did not throw even a console error, otherwise we would have picked it up earlier. Okay, so let us discuss about routes. We almost discussed most of the routes, but some routes like namespacing routes, etc., etc., I did not discuss about. So that we'll discuss. Okay, let us close this all first. And just open routes.rb. So routes.rb resources we have seen. Resources will create resourceful routes. How many routes? 8 routes. Okay, index, new, show, delete, destroy, edit, put patch. Okay, so 8 routes they'll create. This we discussed as part of our sessions itself. This also we discussed. The most used are these. So these two we discussed. Other one is simple routes, named routes. I want to give this a name. I want to give this a name as, what is the name of the route here? Whatever you specify as is the name of the route. You can put it as anything. What is the advantage of using name for a route? Can anyone tell that? Since we have already done with it. I mean, what is the purpose of name of the route? No? So name of the route, can you hear me first of all?
Yes, we can.
I
Yeah.
think we use it to encode to add use login path, for example.
Exactly. So we use it in controllers and views, right? See, if you look at users controller, somewhere I wrote redirect to root underscore path. Okay. In application controller, I wrote somewhere login underscore path, because routes.rb I mentioned is login. Okay. Okay. If I say login URL, something like a login address, something like this. So I have to say what should I say here? Login address path, right? That's the name of the route. If I say some name, okay, Hemant underscore path. So like that, I gave it a name. Basically, I want to use it as underscore path or underscore URL. I gave it a name as login. So login underscore path. One more thing I did not tell you was this: to which controller and which action it has to call which action, which controller, which action. It has to call users controller and with a hash login action. So this you can specify that which controller to which controller, which action. Okay. Okay, I think I discussed as part. Yeah.
So what is the difference between, I mean, what's the need of this? Because I already wrote them before too.
Which one? This one?
No,
This
no.
is not required. I'm just telling you. This also will work.
Line 17, I already mentioned users / login.
Yeah, not required.
I'm talking about 17, line 17.
See, if line 17 I write it, right, there is no requirement of 15.
Yeah, ignore 15. I'm talking about 17. Why I'm writing 2? Already I wrote them, and yeah, this one I already wrote. Why I need to add the 2 part?
See, by default, it will try to recognize this path. Okay.
Okay.
But no, I don't want users login, but I'll say this, I'll change this string to login URL or login URL. Okay. See, that first part, it doesn't mean that it's always controller action. Okay. If you specify 2, it means I can specify whatever is it is a string. Okay, let us see this. If I say login path, but it is trying to go to login, right? So I changed it to, okay, I have to change login path in file application.html.erb. Okay.
Just add the as part. It's okay.
Pardon?
Yeah, just uncomment the as part. Line 15.
So still it is going to this, right? Users and login. You only type login URL. You understood?
Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, single string. So now you can add this as option in here. because we already wrote it, right? We already wrote that underscore paths, so I can do this. Login URL. So that string, basically this is a string. If you don't specify it to, right, it means it automatically assumes that that's the controller and action. Okay. Any questions on that? This is just a string. Whatever you write, this is just a string, right? We enclosed in single quotes. So if you don't give it, if you don't give an users slash two, then it is considered as controller action. But if you give it a two, it then navigates. You can change this to some other action. Logout might be. You want to name it as this one, but do something else. So that kind of stuff. Shortcut.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the resources, okay, I
Mhm.
used before the show and index action. Then I want to use only index action, okay? So I have an issue, it doesn't recognize the route because I'm using resources and I'm only using one action. So is there a way to only use, for example, I want index, only index action from this route?
Oh, you mean to remove that route?
No, I want only index route. Yeah, I don't want destroy, I don't want edit or show. I
Oh, you
used
want to index route,
resource.
right? You can simply
Yeah.
write it. You can simply write it without resources. You can write it, right?
Before I used it with resources and only index, it didn't accept it.
Okay. Product slash index. That's what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Right. Index dot.
But why it's in resources? Okay, when I used except all of them except index, it's working. But when I use it with only index, it's not working. So I don't know why.
Oh, okay. I got it. What you're trying to. Now I got it. So what you're effectively saying is resources products, and you're saying something like only work for right?
Yeah, index.
It should work, right? So what's the problem?
Actually, it didn't work. It didn't recognize the route. It said there's no path.
There is
But
no
if path for the products, they didn't recognize the path for the products. But
Did you
actually,
check
if
on? No, can you check on? See,
yeah,
this should not be there. I mean, only one single line should be there. Resources products. Is that the case?
yeah,
Yeah. If that is the case, if you say, let us see the route created.
okay.
Rails routes.
There's problems of the routes file. The member part.
Sorry. Products index.
Yes.
It is created, right? It is created.
Yes, it's
If you
created.
say accept, right?
Yeah. I think it should be the same, right? No, it's the same.
It's the opposite. So accept that route, the rest of them will be created. See, only means that one. Accept means accepting index. So it should it behaves in the default behavior is such. Understood?
Yeah. So if I want to, instead of using resources, because I only have one action, I
Yeah.
can use get for
You
it.
can use get, but there is an option to simply specify, right? You can do that, right? Why do you
Yeah.
need to specify get? Again, a confusion of slash products and all new product, sorry, post action products. These things. Because post auction also will have um, same route, right? Almost create route. Yeah, you can specify singular route. Again, you have to say this at the last, something like this. Something like this. You have to say what is the route. We can just copy paste this.
Yeah.
Okay, this and say to
The action and
yeah product
the controller.
and the action is index. You can do this. So now,
Why you are using format?
because it's a resources, right? You need to specify dot JSON dot. Otherwise, it will not work.
Okay.
I mean, you need a JSON, right? Output XML. Yesterday we have seen. See,
Okay.
if you don't specify, it means even if you give that format, it won't work. For example, now I change the routes, right? Okay, let me quickly turn off this one so that I can demonstrate. Yeah, see, but actually it has called the products, right? See, don't worry about show, edit, destroy, remove this, but it is actually calling the index action. Similarly, if I say,
Actually, this is what I got.
yeah, because you removed these, right? You have to remove these lines.
No, I don't have it actually, but I'll search about it. I only have the index action.
Yeah, you got the same error. That's what you say,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
let us fix that then. So app views products index. Just remove these 3 lines. New product path also. Okay.
Okay, let's see it. Thank you.
Because other paths are not available because you are saying you are not using any other path. The default scaffold is unnecessary, right? So if you
Yes.
say dot JSON, yeah, missing. Okay. See, we are making a lot of changes, right? That's what. This is what the issue. Even I should have written format.html render. No need render, it will automatically render that index. So this is our JSON. So let me check. So I'll remove this format. Still it works great. Okay. It works, it is fine, but I doubt. Let me restart my server once. I really doubt. products.json. As JSON. It's taking a, okay, it's by default, even if you do not mention that parameter, right? Parameterized route, it works. So no problem. So as you said, you need not specify this format. But if
Okay.
at all someone, people looking at this, right? If they see
Yeah.
this, right, they think, yeah, this is an API call because they are specifying the format. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So what else do we have? Nested routes we have, but yeah, but that's not used too much. But it's my job. I'll discuss about it. Product number is manufacturer. Any has many relation we have. Any has many relation. Manufacturer and products, right? So let us say we have resources manufacturer. So the relation between manufacturer and products is what? Has many, right? So resources, products, END. So let us see what routes are created as part of this. These are called nested routes. So what are these nested routes? Let us see, then you'll understand. I'll say manufacturers because that will give the entire products also relating to manufacture. Okay. So it will create these many routes, these statements. It will create these many routes. So why? Because you nested it, manufacturer, manufacturer ID, products. I want the products of a particular manufacturer ID. Okay. So manufacturer products. For this, the route generated or default resourceful route is this. Manufacturer, this is the parameter. You can see here parameter. Parameter only, right? Manufacturer slash Toyota is one. Products. So you're passing one as parameter to this products index. It's effectively calling product index. So what I have to do, so if you really understand what I need to do in our application is go to the products controller. Okay, since it is calling this, what is the parameter that is getting in? Manufacturer ID, right? You agree with me?
Yes.
Equal to params of manufacturer ID. So what I need to do, I need to simply find, no, it's not index, right? Okay, ID products, yes. So what I need to do is, I need to find the products of that particular manufacturer. So what should I write in here?
Projects.
Equal to product dot
Params.
some scope, or directly you want to write okay, get manufacturer products, not that manufacturer.
So this filter, it's on the product, right? The products.
This need not be this. Let me quickly finish out this, then we can discuss about it. So in models, product.rb, write a new scope.
Scope.
This one, which accepts
Manufacturer ID also.
manufacturer ID and copy paste where
Manufacturer ID.
do it, or else any other way you can do it.
We can do it get by manufacturer ID and remove this scope.
I didn't get you. Simply associations we have discussed, right?
Yeah, I mean there is built-in method or auto-generated method called get by parameter, right? Or get by attribute.
Which one? I didn't get you.
I thought you previously explained that there is auto-generated methods called get by and the attribute name.
Yeah, you are right. Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can do it. Yeah, that's a better advantage. So what you mean is find by attribute name, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that you can use. Scope also you can use that. But the better way would be directly products equal to. In here, I want only the products of the manufacturer. So I can say abstract manufacturer equal to manufacturer.
Yeah, and then get the products.
Yes. Dot find. Since it is ID, right? I'll directly say ID and manufacturer. I need not have an instance variable because I'm not showing on to the view dot products. Right. So if I call in the URL, I'll comment this out. You can do that also. Or this better way is this, because we are using the power of associations. Why do we write again? Want to write again SQL? Waste of time and performance, right? So we want to use it the default Rails way.
But
Okay.
this way we'll make like 2 queries into the database server, right?
Where
These 2 statements, 15 and 17.
yeah, this will find a manufacturer. Yes, you are right. And this will in turn get that products. But this, as you said, will have only one single query. Any which way, as you said, yeah, 2 queries. The better way. So manufacturer ID is this. Okay, did I write it correctly? Yeah, I guess. Yes. So I need to call it as in here. I need to call it as manufacturer, right? And in here, I have to pass
ID. For
1.
manufacturer.
Civic Accord, CRV, Leva. Why did we get all these? Greater than 1. That is why we got it. So this should be equal to, right?
Yeah.
Right? Corolla, Camry, Yaris, and Land Cruiser. So this is how we generally do. I mean, this way. Please remember, we only do a one single nesting. We don't try to do multiple nesting. I mean, more than 2. Why? Because the route becomes so large. For example, what I meant is products in turn has something else. Some other has many product has many comments. Okay. So resources, again you say comments, right? Now you look at basically the routes that are being created. I'll say instead of this comments only, you'll find a lot of routes, and in manufacturer you'll find a lot of routes. So huge number of routes will be created. This is only for comments. So imagine manufacturer and product, manufacturer products and comments. So this long URL. So we don't, and your address bar will look like fully filled up, right? So generally we don't want these kind of nestings. The maximum nesting we do is 2 resources only. Okay. So if I want to have something else like member and 1 second, I'll just come back. Yeah, sorry for that. So maximum we do that. So collection member that you can anyways put in inside your products and all, right? So these things you can anyways have as part of resource nesting. Okay. So these are the ways, but there is one important name spacing of routes. That's an important concept. Quickly remove this. Okay, so I want to namespace. Namespace, as you know, like differentiate between different routes. So I want to differentiate between certain parts of the routes. So I can say namespace, keyword namespace, and okay, something, whatever. Generally, it would be like manager, guest, admin, whatever namespace. Okay. Routes related to some particular grouping. Okay, let us say admin itself. Generally, we have namespaces, especially for admin in most of the applications. And say resources, or even ordinary routes account also you can specify. So it's not only that resources should be specified as part of namespacing. You can specify singular routes like these as well as part of namespace. So let us see what routes will be created as part of this namespace. So admin products, a new route. Okay, I will have a different namespace, guest products. So apart from admin, I also have guest. So like this, I can namespace like these products are guest related products, or these are to be shown to only to the admin. So admin, you show all of these, right? So that kind of namespacing, separating, basically separating a few routes from other routes. That
So
is
it's like a folder.
pointer.
Folder. It's like, for example, it's containing only for the admin, but anyone can access.
Right,
Right.
right. Yes.
Okay.
See, authorization and authorization techniques are different, but in routes, as you said, you can specify like that, that only an admin can view these routes, right? So can access. So that is done by authorization gem or authorization library. But namespacing for differentiating or grouping certain routes. I want to group admin routes into one unit, okay, one block. That I can do using namespace. Okay. And the last one or the most used is parameterized routes that we have seen on a lot of times, but still, whatever parameter you want to have couple of parameters in the route, you can mention it with couple of parameters. Now this route has two parameters. One parameter is show and other parameter is obj id. Okay. Parameterized route. Whatever route has a colon in it, it means that is a parameter. So in this route, how many parameters are there?
Two.
Two, because two columns. So parameterized routes. Okay, so did you understand about this?
Yes, for me it's clear.
The older verb related matches are seldom used. So earlier versions we used to have something like match login should go to um, same users hash login. So this also can be used, but now recently directly we have this. You can do it by specifying via something like get post. So this also you can do. But since you have the simpler way, it's up to you. Want to take the simpler way or the other way around using match. Okay, these are the basics of routing. You can also have multiple like something like wildcard star is there, right? This thing is also possible, but I have not seen anyone using it. That star will accept an array of values. Okay, so separated by slash. So these are the types of routes available in Rails. Any questions so far on this? Anything as part of your application in routes you don't understand? Yeah, I'm back. So I'll put it back to the earliest because I need to showcase an example on Ajax on Rails in Rails 6. So let us sketch up a small example. Do we have products? Okay, I'll put it back to the earlier one because right. So So basically what I want to do is I want to dynamically add records in here. For example, so we have our products displayed in here, right? So we have all the products are displayed in here. Instead, I want to give a link in here, a new product, and it should show me the form here, and entering the data should dynamically append one item in the list without actually redirecting. So this is so what I wanted to do now. So first and foremost thing, I need to have a link. So where would I want to have a link is in the index.html.er. So what we can do is here, let the br be in there. I'll have a div enclosed because I need to fill it. I'll say new product as the ID. And I'll have a link for new product. So what should I write in here?
The path.
Yeah, new product underscore path. Because the path name is new product, right? The name of the route is new product. But one thing we have to make sure is remote true. This option we have to provide if we are making it as an Ajax call. Otherwise, you can ignore it. Okay, we'll ignore it for now. I want a simple link, that's it for now. So I refresh the page. You have a simple link where it redirected a new page called new product, right? See, the URL has changed and the page has also changed. But I want this to be displayed in here itself. Right. So if you clearly see, I'll refresh once again. If I click on new product, if you see rendering products new.html.erb, where is the new html.erb? Is there any new html.erb in here? No, right? There is no, but it
No.
says it has rendered. So there is something wrong. So what happening wrong is it's trying to Rails is already has rendered it, but the problem is it will be in the new. So if you want to do any kind of Ajax, so we have to first write in the products controller so where are we posting this to? create format dot JS. Okay. You can write this format JS if you want to do anything here, as same as format.xml that we discussed. No, I don't want to do this kind of thing. I want to write an ERB. So what I can do is I can write in js.erb file so that it would be rendered as JavaScript. It means simply while displaying the page, the JavaScript will be executed. So I need to create a new file called new.js.erb. Okay, now it's new.js.erb. Save this file. Saved. Now what should I write in here?
Script.
So I have to show the form here, right? Sorry, someone has a doubt?
No, I think you need to write script tag, right?
Yes. So I need to write JavaScript in here, basically. So since I already have jQuery with me, right? I have jQuery. I can write. Actually, it is called UJS, unobtrusive JavaScript. So I have to write JavaScript code in here, basically. What should I write here? I have to, what is my job actually? My job is to display a form here when I click this link, right?
So we will get the ID for the new product.
Yeah, from the form, yes. So what is, let me close this. Yeah, the ID is this, right? You're right. So ID, so hash dot append. I'll append that form in here. So what form I need to append? Basically, I need to append or render the form, the new form, right? The new form is nothing but your underscore form.html, right?
Yes.
So this is underscore form.html. It requires a object, right? In order to create that form, because form helpers are dependent on the object. I need to pass the dummy object or the new object. Product is added product, because in the new action you will see added product. This instance we have to provide to the form so that it can work upon, create upon actually. Product. So let me see if this works. Otherwise I need to make changes on this. It doesn't work. Any errors I have on JavaScript? Yes, I do have. jQuery is not defined.
I think you need to write $sign. And first when you declare the ID.
That's why I thought oh no, I did. You're right. I did not mention the dollar sign. Good catch. Yes, we have the form now, right? So clicking on this will create multiple forms. Okay, this is another other issue. So what I have to do is clicking on it. I have to remove that link. Otherwise, people go on clicking on it, right?
Yes.
So I'll remove that link and so this is. So I'll hide that link first and then append. If I append that, let's check.
I think after render, if we wrote hide.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, what is it, right? Let me try this and otherwise we'll follow. So I guess we have removed the link. So here what we effectively have done is, so we have hidden the anchor tag, that is your link, right? And the parent of the link is new product and we appended that form basically. So if you look at the rendered HTML, it is part of new product because I appended it to the parent of the anchor tag, right? So we have the form. So if I fill the form, what should happen? It should create a new record here, right?
Yes.
So for that, I need this form also to be an data remote form. So if you look at it, Rails 6 form width will create local equal to true. So if I remove it, sorry, if I remove this, right, it means remote equal to true. It means submit asynchronously. That's the meaning. So doing it asynchronously. Fine. So we have our form to be submitted asynchronously, that is remotely, like Ajax. So this is an Ajax form. So we have this Ajax form. Now, if I submit this form, what will happen? Let us submit this form by creating a new. So actually, it will throw error because this form doesn't consist of that manufacturer ID and these things. Let me check. Okay, let me create first of all. And let us see. Okay, something like this. Let us post it first of all because we made it remote and see what happens. Yeah, at least the product is created, so without any issue. But it is a regular create request where it is navigating, redirecting back to the show, the general behavior of any HTTP post action, right? But I don't want that to happen. Instead, it has to stay back in the same view. So immediately it has to get created here. So new product. So what I can do is after submission, so it gets submitted to which action in products controller? It gets submitted to create action, right? So I can write a JS JavaScript here called create.js.erb. So in here again I have to write some JavaScript. So what is the JavaScript I need to write here? So you tell me. So I'm creating a product. Okay, it is redirecting somewhere else. So first thing we should know, we should stop that redirection, right? And next thing, we have to remove the form, right? The form should not get displayed here, right? Agree? Yes or no? And we have to show the link of the form also. See, if you refresh the page earlier, it was only new product link, right? Okay, it is coming from auto read. Okay, fine. So if I click on this, this is the default link that should be displayed on products. If I click on this, the form should open. This should get closed. Hidden. And when I submit the form, again this should reappear, right? This link. Then only I can add another other new product. So agree?
Why we should add the new product?
Why you should add new product? Because our functionality is, if I say create product, it should display here.
Yeah.
Then and there itself. Okay.
Okay, so first of all, I think we're gonna take the button, right? The ID for the button.
Mm-hmm. Right. See, we are demonstrating Ajax. I guess everyone knows about Ajax. If no, let me know. I'll give a brief introduction.
Actually, I didn't work with Ajax before.
You did not work on, you meant to say you worked or you did not work?
No, I didn't work on it.
Okay. Say I said products new. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm creating a new product. And say create product. What will happen?
To create new record and products.
See, that is functionality. Yes, it will create the product for sure. That's not a problem. This is a new product. I say create product. Observe what happens. I create the product. It is going to a new page, right? It is redirecting to a new page.
Yes.
Yes, right? So MVC is coming into picture. It went to the controller. Okay. Inserted and redirected to this page, a different page. So what my requirement is, I don't want to redirect to any other page. I want to stay on this page only. But if I say create product, automatically without redirecting it, without any page movement, the page should not move to any other new URL or redirect to any other URL. It should stay on the same page and should update on the same page. Got it?
Okay.
So that is called Ajax. You are submitting the data or getting the data, whatever, asynchronously. So behind the scenes, you're sending in data and you're getting the response and showing on the, and you're updating a part of this screen, this web page or screen, okay, a part of it with the data. So it is asynchronous. It is going, I mean, in the background, it is going, a request is being sent to the server, and the server responds with some response, and once it gets the response, your view is updated and not redirected. Okay, it's not redirected, but it's updated. So that is called Ajax. So we are trying to achieve Ajax in Rails 6 or Rails basically. So now what should happen if I say create product? A link should be displayed with new product, and this what is this form should vanish. Right? This is what I need to do. First, I'll try to vanish the form. Then I'll try to show the link. So I created create.js.erb. What is the form? Where is the form? So the form will be displayed in here. The form is displayed in this ID. Okay, grab that ID, dollar, last time I missed the dollar ID of that ID. In that, I want what form? Font to be
Right.
removed. So I can say simply form, right?
Yeah.
Dot
Height.
hide or remove. I want to remove it. I don't want to hide because multiple instances of the form will be on the virtual DOM, on the DOM. So let me check whether this works or not first of all, but I need to always call create. Okay, let me write it first. If there are any errors, I'll rectify. Next, what I want to do is I want to
Get the ID for the submit button.
no. I want to show the link. I want to hide the form, but I have to show the link also, right? The link, new product link, which I've hidden earlier.
Okay.
So I hid this earlier, right? Okay, let me copy this directly. I
Sure.
hid this, right? So I'll instead of hide,
Sure.
show. See, people who don't understand this JavaScript, remove, show, okay, toggle, all these are methods of so you can see all the methods in here. You'll find all the methods of jQuery here. So jQuery is a JavaScript library. So whatever you want to do with JavaScript, basically in web we try to do DOM manipulations, right? DOM manipulation in the sense remove the element, show the element, update the element, okay, hide the element, these kind of. So these kind of stuff generally we do with jQuery or JavaScript or any other library of your choice, but mostly used is jQuery. But nowadays we need not do all this because JavaScript frameworks, front-end frameworks have come into picture, and everyone are using AngularJS or React.js or Ember.js, Vue.js, as front-end apps with Rails as the backend. Fine. So let me quickly check whether these two statements are working fine or not. So I'll refresh the page and new product. I'll give some random names. Okay. So it has redirected basically. So I need to handle the form. They said it as remote, I guess, right? Okay. So now I added a format.js to handle JS. It has inserted, anyways it will insert, but you can see rendering products create.js.erb.
Yes.
So it is being called. So that is why, where is the form? There is no form. See, I'll create and one more test2, and some price. I'll say create product. So let me clear this console output server console, and now I'll say create product. Did the test2 show up here? No, right?
No, not yet.
But in the database, is it getting created?
Yeah.
It is getting created in our database. As you can see here, clearly see, here it is getting created, and hiding the form and showing the link are displayed here. So only one step I have to write is, what is the step? I have to add a new row to this result.
Display the new record without redirecting.
Yeah, I need to add a table. If you refresh, you'll get it, but dynamically it has to add it. So new row I need to add in here. So I'll try to add that new row in here. Okay, let us go. So in create.js, I need to add a new row to the existing table. So what is the existing table? I don't know. I have to look at the DOM in order to see what elements are available and where I can add. So you tell me, where should I add? These are the elements.
Yes.
So I have to add it after this, right?
Yeah.
After this, what is after this? Test2. So tr, after the last tr, I need to add this particular element. So what is a table? Table doesn't have any ID, and
Yeah, we should add an ID for it.
yeah, we'll put an ID for it so that we can grab it. See, if you want to grab any kind of an element on the HTML page, you have to give it either a class or an ID. So what we'll do is we will go to index.html.erb and give this an ID, some ID, I'll say list products. So I gave it a list products. So now I can access this table in create.js.erb dollar table.
Yes.
I mean, you can specify table hash or directly the ID of that. Dot append what? I mean, I'll try this. If there are any issues, we can fix it later. But for now, whether the data is turning up on the view or not is the point. Later on, DOM manipulations, we can anyhow fix it by exploring methods and all. So here I have to render the created product. So J is nothing but JavaScript. Okay. Render. What is getting created? Product is getting created. Let me see whether this works or not. So basically, we are trying to append a new row with the product that is created by this form.
We should specify TR.
Yeah, I should actually, but let me let's get data onto the view, then we can fix it up. Right.
Okay.
Oh, it's last is giving an error. Okay. Okay. I just deleted a few products, so this will be shorter. Right. So new product, Malto Suzuki. Gone. So some error I do have. Let me, it's central server, so it is from the server side. Let me check what is wrong. Action view template error, missing partial. Okay. It's missing a partial product. I simply said you render a product. You render this product means underscore product. A row of a product. I said I will append a row of a product to the table. So I need to write code in order to get that row, right? So that row I have to write it, as you said. So this row, where is this row? It's in index.html, tr. This one, this piece, right? This piece, I will write a new file called underscore product.html.erp. First save it, then replace the code. tdtr, yes. Okay, anything else? This, okay. Alto 1. You can see new product. I'll say Alto 2 from 7,000. Alto 2. You can see
Okay.
dynamically it's adding.
Can you see the code?
I mean, you mean this inspect? I mean, there might be something extra added. I don't know. But let me check. Yeah, TR is adding correctly. TR, yeah. js.erb, create js.erb, I mean, yeah. This is the code.
Can you go back to the inspect part? Which is being added outside of the body.
Yeah, yeah. So we
What
will
way
do,
if we select tr dot last?
yeah, tr.last, yes, jQuery tr.last should do the trick, I guess. Yeah, you can do that. That's better. Yes, you're right. Append or after? Yeah, let us do
It
append.
shouldn't work.
Pardon?
Would append work for the last row?
It should be after, I guess. It should not be append. Right?
I think T-body would be fine. Yeah, it's a jQuery issue, so
Yeah. So we are able to get the, so basically our data is getting populated on the viewer. Later on, we can fix anyhow fix jQuery, right?
yes.
So this is, let us check whether
Yeah, it's added to it.
yeah.
Okay.
So basically, see our server side programming, we are able to get the data or not. So front end jQuery here and there, we can, I mean, we can explore methods and see everything what is working fine or not. Right. So this is how, see, the create is the most thing that is used as part of uh, Ajax, the complex part of it. So this is an example to use Ajax on Rails, in Rails, if at all your application uses Ajax. Okay. Any questions on this?
No, it's clear.
Yep. So wherever you want Ajax, what you need to do in Rails? Wherever in any act, I mean wherever in the sense in any action, basically we will call an action and display the view, right? So what actually this js.erb or the templates do is, instead of we writing this JavaScript on the page before the page is rendering, so we write JavaScript, right? Instead of that, you can create a template and write JavaScript there, simpler form. it's easy, pretty easy for the developer, and it's pretty easy for the newcomer also to understand. Like this is being done in here. Otherwise, if you write this, the whole thing in plain jQuery in JavaScript in JavaScript files, then it would be a different scenario. You have to instantiate the $Ajax object, and then you have to say post and before, after, callbacks, right? Lot of code and a lot of issues, obviously. And it will be very difficult for the developer to understand, the new developer coming to the project, to understand where the code is written in order to have this Ajax being functional.
So when you wrote J, then render, it means that render this JavaScript file, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So this is about Ajax on Rails. So we are left off with sending emails in Rails. This is pretty easy, the easiest part in Rails, but unfortunately, yesterday I tried to install this mail catcher. Probably you heard of or don't know, but there is a gem called mail catcher.
Yeah.
You're using it in your application?
Yes, we're using it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this doesn't work for Rails 6. So
I think Rails 6, it has some issues because it's new.
Yeah,
so it
because
doesn't support everything.
the thing is Rails 6 doesn't have issues. See, they don't release it if it is unstable, right? The problem is whoever the mail catcher is not a part of the Rails stack, right? It's not part of Rails stack. You agree that mail catcher is not a part of Rails stack. It is a third-party gem that we are using as part of our application. So the mail catcher developers do not provide an update for Rails 6. It's not Rails problem, right? You're understanding?
Yes.
So it's a problem of mail catcher to provide an update to Rails 6. Okay. Okay, let me showcase a small example for the new, for other amateur developers. Like how to use gems. A small example of pagination so that we can use it. They would understand how to use third-party libraries to achieve a piece of functionality. And they will also understand, you'll also understand that the gems that you're using provide you a specific functionality. Okay. First of all, I need to know what are the libraries that help my application. First, I need to know that. So for a Ruby or Rails guy, Ruby Toolbox is a very important site or a good site in order to know what are the options available for Rails developers or Ruby developers to make their development easier. Okay, so if you land on this site, we can see that browse by category. So click on it. Background jobs. I want to do something related to background jobs. Okay, these are the third party. Yeah, these are the third party gems or libraries available. Which one is the most used? Sidekick. The next one, rescue. The next one, okay. So this is the, but if you scroll down a bit, simple efficient background processing for Ruby, these many downloads have been done so far. These many number of stars, forks want to extend the functionality. One important one is latest release. See, first release is 2012 and the latest release is 2020, and that too in July. Okay, hardly 9 days ago, right? 8 days ago. So it means it is still active, right? Issue close rate and this. So let us go to the next one. 2018 is the last release. So they don't have active development on that. Okay, let us see the next one. Fine. See, green, the project is healthy, maintained state. So any project which is not in maintained state, see, low commit activity in last 3 years, no release in over a year. See, since this is background jobs, right, you don't find much of them which are dead. Something like this, Girl Friday. No release in over 3 years, no commit activity in 3 years. Red, you don't use it. Don't please, it means that you should not consider this at all, right? Similarly, active record enumerations, you want to work on active record data, active record nesting. You want sorting on your active record data, some helper or third-party library, still faster, not writing by yourself. Pagination, comments, you want to have comments on models. For example, you have a product, right? In your application, you'll have some dishes, right? Comments on the dishes from a particular restaurant. You can use this Rails comments gems what are available. Okay. 2020, you can use this. See, first one, it might be the most downloaded, but over a certain period they downloaded, but later on, no support for Rails versions 4, 5, 6. I mean, there are a lot of versions have come up recently, right? Very rapidly. So only this one gives you support for latest versions. So try to use this. Okay. So this is one to consider. So like this, you'll have lots and lots. See, these many categories are there. I18N, you want calendars, you want geocoding and mapping spatial data and kind of stuff on your application. You want to display maps and location pointers, etc., on this. You can use any of the gems mentioned inside this folder. Testing frameworks, your RSpec will be the first one, I guess. If I click on this, yes. Later on Minitest, because defaultly provided by Rails. But RSpec is the most used till date in all the projects. I literally I worked for nearly 11 projects, I guess. All of the projects used RSpec only, but initially couple of projects used test unit. That is way long back, 10 years ago. 10 years ago we used test unit. There was no RSpec then. I mean, it was in the initial phases, it's not released at that time. Okay. So these are the third-party libraries available. Let us see a small basic gem called pagination or pagination. So Kaminari and will paginate are the most used. I can see, okay, 2020 02 05. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to use will paginate. I want to use this library. Why do I want to use it? First of all, the requirement is, I want this data to be displayed as 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, right? You can see a lot of websites, you see 1, 2, 3, next, previous, pagination. I want that functionality on our application. For that, I need a gem called will paginate. I want to use that basically. I don't want to write by myself because it's already available. So open the gem file first, and one more thing I forgot to tell you, pagination, right? So click on this will paginate, it will open up this, and go to will paginate, click on this. It will open Ruby Gems org gems will paginate. Copy to clipboard from here. Simply paste it here. So after you have pasted, you have to say bundle install. This will install that new gem. See, you can see, it should install new one. Already I have, I guess, but I don't have it in this version as far as I know. I don't know how it got into it, but will paginate okay. So it is installing the new gem. Fetching will paginate and has installed. So it has installed. So let us restart the server, start the server. The server has started. I don't have the functionality. Simply installing the gem will not give you any functionality. I have to read the documentation of that particular gem in order to get that functionality into my application. Okay, let us see. We have will paginate in here. Home page. Basic will paginate usage. Let us use the basic one. So on a query, I have to do this. So let us copy this onto our index. Okay. And simply write this statement in the view. Where is the view? App views. Let's put it in here. It is not posts, but it is products. Let us see whether the functionality works, otherwise we have to fix it. Yes, gone. Products for nil class, because it is products. So the pagination did not turn up for some reason. Let us see why.
Records number, I think.
Yeah, let us mention it on the model. Page, params of page. By default, it is 20, I guess. I don't know how much these guys are giving, but okay, let us give a specific page. Okay, self per page is 5 or something, so that we can have that. So that should be as part of your model. Wherever you want to specify, you can specify that.
Is that normal to set something in the model, not the controller?
Yeah. I mean, as per this gem, we have to do that. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second page, 5 again. Third page, we have only 3. So there is next, but I have previous. So this functionality, right? I did not write any code, right? Hardly 3 lines of code. I did not write much. Right? But I am able to achieve this functionality as part of pagination using a third-party gem called will paginate. Like this. Specifically in your application, you use the famous device gem also, right? Device gem. That is actually it is a part of platform attack, right? Platform tech, but did it change or any? Someone acquired, I guess. Art combo. Okay. So this is a famous gem used for authentication purposes. And what is the other famous gem used for authorization purpose? Are you using any authorization? Can is a
Yeah, we are using can.
yeah, can is the authorization gem used for authorization.
And we are using Caminari.
Oh, Kaminari for this pagination.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So for other developers, right, who don't know about this gems, right? So this is how we have to see the gem file always. So if you're not able to understand, okay, these methods are not able, where are they coming from? You have to look at this gem file, see what gems are available, open that gem, okay, and see the documentation. Okay, what did he say? How to do it? What are the methods available? If at all, wiki installation. I want to override the CSS. See here, you need to add some CSS. You want this kind of a styling, I can use it. I want this kind of a styling, I can use it. I want Apple kind of a styling, I can use it. Flickr.com default. Yeah, I'm back. So if you want to use this any kind of styles, you can use this. I don't want page links, you can provide an option page links false. Okay. You have to download the CSS and SAS. If at all CSS, this you have to download. Now, if it is SAS, then you have to download this. Got it? So this is about pagination, gem or Kaminari, what you're using. The same would be applied for Kaminari as well. Right. So like this, there are n number of gems that are available. So according to your category or novices who are new to development, right? Open your gem file and search each and every, see boot snap, copy it, search. Or search in Google if this is really slow. Say boot snap rails. Why this is used? Best one is rubygems.org or rubytoolbox.org. Homepage. So it's a library that plugs into Ruby with optional support for active support and YAML to optimize and cache expensive computations. So how does it work? You have to see. How to use it? This is the way. How to configure it? This is the way. Okay, like this, you have to look at each and every gem that is mentioned in your gem file, only above development and test. Okay, then you'll understand why this gem is used, how certain functionalities are being executing in Rails without actually using Rails methods. Okay, fine. So now let us jump our discussion to mailers sending emails in Rails. See, I can't show you because I don't have a mail server. I can't show you real emails being sent, but I can show you the trace of the emails being sent. Or else let me check. There was an old gem which I used for something like mail catcher. Let me check. Letter opener should be one of it. Let me check on Google or here itself. Ruby toolbox for mail category. Email. No mail. Email processing, email delivery. Yes. Action. Mail. Letter opener, mail catcher. Mail catcher is not working. Let me see. Letter opener is working or not. So click on letter opener. Homepage. So he said as part of development, let us put it in development. Then say bundle install. See, for any gem installed, we have to restart the server. Otherwise, the gem will not be loaded by default. Yeah, we installed. What is this? I didn't have. Okay, yeah. See here, it is installed. It had installed this new letter opener. Fine, I have to set this delivery method in config environments development.rb. I have to mention these two, it seems. So I will go to config environments.development.rb first and mention these two things in there. These two things. So related to emails, it is in here. So I'll mention it here. Done. So this is a configuration change. So I have to restart the server. Anything else I have to do? Configuration. No, no need. Okay. So now let's see how to create a mailer. The command to create a mailer is rails g mailer, the mailer. I'll say user mailer. In that I'll have a welcome action. So you can have multiple methods in it. Say I want to send an welcome email to all the people who just signed up. Okay. Or I want to send an email for whoever logs in. Okay. Login email. Something like that. Some whatever emails you want to send, you have to specify like actions, just like in controller. See, mailers are exactly like controllers only. So you want to create a mailer, give the actions. So multiple actions I give. So I've done. So it will create a mailer or file, user mailer, user underscore mailer.rb in the mailer directory. And most importantly, these files in the views mailer directory, you can find welcome.text.erb, welcome.html.erb, similarly other two files. So text, what are the clients which do not support HTML? They be displayed as text, but which suppose HTML will be displayed as HTML. And the tests, as you know, the test files, unit test file also have been created. So our main concentration would be on this file. So let us open that file and see what is in there. So simple as earlier, like actions they have been created, right? A login email and a welcome email. Let me write a small program. Whenever a user logs in, I want to send him, okay, welcome back to the site, some kind of an email, okay? So where is the logic for login in the controller? Users controller, right? Here is the logic for get login, for authenticate. So when should I send an email? When he's logged in or he is not logged in?
And it's logged in
So it means
the same method. You wrote it.
right,
Action, sorry.
right after this redirect to or here, wherever you feel you want to send an email, you can say user mailer dot, what is the mailer method? Login email. Login email. I want to send the user object. Dot deliver now is the method. I want to send it right now.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we need a worker for mail catcher or mailer?
No, I didn't get you. What was the question?
So, worker, should we create a new worker to perform this logic? Or we can write deliver now and it will deliver the message or email. So you know the worker, right?
Worker?
Yes,
Yeah,
worker.
a background
Oh,
job. A background.
okay. See, you need not have a worker for sending an email. Okay. But why do we need a worker? Why? See, generally this will not be delivered now. This will be delivered later, right? In your project, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Because deliver later hands off the job of sending emails to a worker, sidekick or something, whatever you use, right?
Yeah.
So here, Rails will not send it. The background job sidekick would be there, right?
Yeah.
That will send it. That point of time you write deliver later. But now immediately I want to send, I'll say deliver now. Understood? If you're
Yes.
using sidekick or rescue or any kind of background job processing library, you say deliver underscore later, so that the job is picked up by that sidekick and executed by sidekick. Understood?
Yes, I understand.
Right. So let us write this code now. So in here, I passed in the user. Why? Because I want to say hello, hello, the name of the user, welcome back to the site, something like that. So how to pass objects to the mailer controller, the mailer controller I call it, and from the mailer controller to the mailer view, MVC again. So user my login email, go to login email in this controller. Okay, @ greeting is high because @ is given because only instance variables in Rails have scope in the views. So if you want to display some variable value onto the view, then you have to name it as instance variable only. There is no other go. So this accepts a user object, right? So I say that user or simply name equals, okay, user dot name. What is the corresponding template of this action, mailer action? Can anyone tell me the view of this mailer action? View name? Come on, what is the template name or view name of this action?
We already generate two views, right?
Yeah, whatever. Basically the name of the view.
So it will be login email, the same.
So login email.html.erb basically, right?
Yeah.
So let's open that. You'll find it in user mailer. See, I think browsers are almost all browser clients for email clients support HTML.
Yeah.
So here greeting, that is hi or hello. I want to give his name, right? Equal to what is the name, right? Variable name. Welcome back to our website. Something we are very grateful, etc. etc. Okay. Some code or something, but my the explanation what I want to do is how to pass the variables from the controller to the view that you already know. Like other instance variables have scope on the view. That is why a controller you name it as instance variables. Declare it as instance variables. Fine. So let us log into our web application. I should have given links in here. I think you know like how to provide links in there. It's not defined. Like somewhere I commented code, I guess. So let me check. Users controller RB3. Okay, I will comment that for now. Yeah. So once I log in, it will be posted to get login, and this should be executed, right? So here we sent it, but what is happening? Where are we sending it to? Mail to example.org. Okay. For whom you want to mail to, not example.org, right? You want to send it to user email. Okay. So generally the user object will contain an email column, right? Generally. So we'll send that something like this, user.email. So that it will be sent to that user email. So currently we don't have an email column, so I'll leave it as it is.
Do you have validation on the email?
Pardon?
Do we have validation on the email when we do the validation part?
Validation, why do you need to have a validation?
Because the email should be specific format.
See, if you want to have an, okay, let me quickly create an email. So I have email address. Let's see. Okay. I've updated the user email of user one, that is Hemant Kumar, to shiva.hemant@gmail.com. Now come to our, instead of this, I'll say this is our username, right? Actually, we have to give the username. So I'll say this. Since if the username is correct, we have set to be login. What happened? No route matches, get login. We changed a lot of routes, I guess. Let me check. We've done a lot of changes, right? I don't remember what changes we have done. So I'll change the route to get login. So if you post it to get login, then you have to go to users get login. Yes. So the functionality of this letter opener is whenever a mail is sent from the web only. So if I try to send an email from the console, it won't work. So that is what I'm displaying, showing you this. So hi Hemant Kumar. See, clearly you can see the name has been substituted. Welcome back. We are grateful to see you in here. Whatever I wrote in the message, it has been displayed. So what is the subject? Login email. I don't want this subject. I want something else as the subject. Okay. So let us see what methods are available. Basically, the mail method is the one which does each and everything. So go to our subject. So I want to write or override a specific message. So I can say subject will come back, something like that. So now what I'll do is I'll log out. Instead of this, I'll say Hemant Kumar and log in once again. Yeah, invalid authenticity token cancel. See, welcome back, right? Subject. Similarly, to from, you want to give a specific from address, CC, BCC that you generally see. Date also you can specify as part of these. So mail method accepts these options. So I want to give something like an attachment. Okay, I want to provide attachments. to the particular mailer. So here I can say attachments of, and whatever file you want to read, just read it and put it in there. Some reason it's not picking up, so I'll start the server once again. I should skip the before authentic verify authenticity token in order to not get the error. What happened? Syntax error. I did not provide something properly.
I think you need to put it inside the assets, the image.
See, the file can be read from anywhere. So it's a syntax error. It's not related to
Okay.
file location. Okay. This is what again. What's the problem then? Okay. I forgot to remove comma. Okay. This is the problem of working on multiple technologies. We tend to forget the syntaxes of current, the earlier working technology and go with JavaScript mostly. So currently I'm for the past 6 months or so, not 6 months, yeah, more than a year I've been with JavaScript now. It's a Rails application, but mostly I'm working on Ember.js. So that is why I'm problematic, creating problems with syntaxes. Okay, login URL, I guess. Come on. No such file or directory. Just okay, it's not picking up the relative URL, I guess. So what I'll do is I'll go back, get info. See, view HTML version shows you this. Attachments is file name.png. You can see here attachments, right? The attachment.
Yeah.
This is the one. If you see the plain text version, the plain text version is earlier, right? Because I did not change anything on the plain text
Yes.
version. If you look at it, okay. Generally, we try to make, the same content apart from HTML, the same content we want to have it in both text and HTMLs. So if you see the mailer code, so still it is the same. Okay. That is why if you want to change it, you can. Generally we would have the same content onto this. So that is what. So that's why it is displaying the text content to be earlier. HTML version, it is displaying as it is. You want images, you want to have other files, you want a good HTML markup, right? You can simply write the markup entirely on this HTML.erb, the whole markup. See, it's HTML. You whatever images you want to display, whatever paragraphs, everything, divs, etc. You can write it here. Right? Any questions so far?
It's clear.
Yeah. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm back. So this is about mailers. The mailers are pretty easy as part of, but as you said, we generally hand off the mail deliveries to sidekick, a background worker, okay, and not sending it at that particular moment of time. Okay, right.
Okay.
So let us see just a bit of test, mini test. Unit testing in Rails. By default, Rails, so by default, Rails has mini test as the testing library. So, but most of 90% of the Rails applications will not use mini test. They'll use RSpec. So I guess you're also using RSpec, I guess, right? In your application, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. So RSpec is the most used unit testing library you can call, or integration or feature testing library with Capybara, etc. But Rails by default supports mini test. So if you look at the controller here, should get index, get products URL, the response should be a success. So I'm trying to execute a controller test called products controller.test underscore test from mini test. So it's saying login email, wrong number of arguments, 0 you have given but expected 1. Similarly, test mailers user mail test.rv 14. Okay, there is an issue in here. 14 line number where I have to fix. So login email, it is giving a user. 1 second, actually, Naveen is calling. Sorry, yeah, very sorry for that, actually. That's a very important call, so I have to attend. Okay. So let us run this controller test again. Failures. Undefined variable user for line number, user mail address 13. Okay.
So we didn't declare a user here.
Yes, we
Rational
did not declare the user. For this, we have actually something called setup. Setup, which actually where we can declare the user, or else I can declare here itself, but that's not a good practice. So there's a method called setup, I guess. Let me check.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm not wrong. Set up do, right?
Yes. You don't have to write do. Only def if you want. There's many format you can write test cases on it. Like for example, def, then the name of the test.
So before running this, right, let us see what code is written. Basically, any test in many tests will be starting with a test keyword. The test keyword, the string like welcome, login email, whatever string you want to mention, you can mention. Right? Mail is you want to test for whether this mail is going in or not. So login email, I'm passing in user object. So user object should be defined, right? It should not be nil. So I did it in setup. Setup method, whatever you do, it will be available for all the tests. Very important methods: assert equal, assert match, most, and also assert this assert. Assert equal login email to be mail dot subject. This should be the mail subject. It will fail. Why? Because login email is not the subject. We change it to welcome back, if you remember, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we change it to welcome back, right? If you see the user mailer, see, we change the subject to, where is it? Yeah, welcome back. So your test just failed because you're asserting for login email. Assert equal, important method. But here I have to welcome back instead of this. This will also fail example.org because mail2 is not example.org, it is
You can say at user.ml.
this one you can say, yeah. And run the test. "17 runs, 24 assertions you made, 3 failures are still there and 1 error. Okay, users controller test. There are multiple test login email. See, expected this, but actually is 2. This is user test login email. Really?
Why it's calling another test?
Because it will test each and everything. All the tests is executing this.
Why didn't give it the relative path for this test?
Only this test you mean?
No, I mean you can declare one file to be tested only. So you can take the relative path for user mailer and give it the test file. No, this won't work. You should write test. And I think it's Rails, not Rick.
So we have written products controller, right?
Yeah, we have.
But the problem is it is executing all the tests. Okay, user mailer test, address controller test. So I guess it should have something like a filter. Controller, something like that.
I think if you write the file name only, it will. This is the filter, but actually I am using Rails test. I'm not sure about Rake.
Me too.
See, both of them would be the same.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to say to
Yeah, okay.
what I'm
Yes.
doing.
Yeah. Okay, let us.
Can you take the relative path?
See, yeah. The products, I don't know, Rails test has taken as I'm used to Rake.
Yeah.
So
I think Rick, it's not supported.
not
I
supporting.
think it's only on the rollback.
Right. So all the assertions have passed. So let us see the products controller test. See, anyhow, we fixed it. So test controllers, products controller. You get the URL of the products, asset response, success. Most of them, it would be the same. But here, asset difference, product.count. If we create a new product, the count should increase by 1, right? So that is asset difference, product.count. You're posting the product's URL with params a new product, model, name, and price. So it has to increase by 1. Okay. If I say assert node, I guess it's different. Let me try run it. Yeah. Assert no difference. You expected 0, expected 2, but it actually was 3. Because I'm saying even if I create a new product in the database, posting the data, it should not increase, but it will increase, right? So that is failure of the test. Okay, I mean, it's basic assert. One method would be there, assert response in part of controller, assert difference. These are the most used. And in models, you'll have assert and one more. Refute, I guess refute. Assert is the most used method. And
Hemant,
also
do you have more topics to cover, or
no, I'm done with, this is the last topic. Actually, I'm done with the topic. If you feel that anything I missed, I told you already yesterday, because it's just basic training. So I think I've done justice, but you have to tell me by the feedback. So for the timeline given, like, so, and the number of questions asked, I thought like most of, people who generally tend to take Ruby on Rails are already experienced. So, I mean, so it would be a plain session going on, me talking and talking and talking, but it was not that, I mean, as I thought. There were a few doubts, so where I have to stress more and I have to explain a bit more. Probably that is why the schedule was cramped. But I think I've done justice. You have to tell me in your feedback, anyways. So I don't have any topics, Ahmad. So let me know if you need any other things from me. So I'm always available on shiva.amant@gmail.com for your doubts. Even post training, training has nothing to do with you asking doubts or contacting me. So this is my email address. So I'm also working like you. I'm a technical architect at a particular organization, so with 15 years of experience currently on different technologies. Currently working on Ruby on Rails. Right then, any questions for me? Any suggestions?
Honestly, it was a great session, Hemant, and we learned a lot as well. And we really appreciate that you did this for us.
Thank you.
yeah, actually, I benefit from the course, and thank you, Hemant, for
Thanks,
the
Ahmad. I mean,
information.
yeah, you were, I mean, very good pointing out a lot of issues from my side when I mean, actually while working, right, you tend to miss a lot of things. So just to showcase, yeah, you helped me a lot.
Thank you, Hemant.
Right then, I think it's time for goodbye and all the best for your vacation and happy holidays, I guess.
Thank
And
you.
stay in
Very good.
touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so
please
much.
mail me on this if you have any doubts on related to anything related to Rails or Ruby in that matter. Okay, if I have the solution, immediately I'll respond. Otherwise, I'll say I don't have a solution right now. I'll take some time to respond. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.